So, stay with me though, my monologue is up next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good afternoon. Welcome to a GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, it's dull and murky this weekend in the south. Best of the sunshine in the north, and with clear skies there overnight, we will see a touch of frost. So it's a really slow-moving weather pattern out there. We've got a ridge of high pressure extending, but this front to screen legacy of a lot of clouds and patchy outbreaks of rain. So firstly, across Devon, pushing its way into southern parts of Wales, and then northwards into northern England. Elsewhere, it is going to be low cloud and murky with hill fog. To the north of that, though, across much of Scotland, especially to the east and the south, that's where we're going to see the clearest skies tonight. Temperatures will dip away. We'll see a touch of frost perhaps going down to -4 degrees. Further towards the west, we do have this weak weather front across the Outer Hebrides. So as we start Sunday morning, then, a chilly but bright start across the eastern parts of Scotland and towards the far south. Out to the west, this weather front bringing outbreaks of rain across the Western Isles and then also into Northern Ireland as we start Sunday. Otherwise, for the vast majority of England and Wales, we hold on to a lot of cloud, mist and fog. So through Sunday morning and into the afternoon, we'll see a bit more in the way of patchy rain across northern England this time. Otherwise, across coastal areas, really holding on to some murk here. Towards the north, that's still where we're going to see the best of the sunshine. So across southern parts of Scotland and the east of Scotland, we will see some sunny spells here. Otherwise, temperatures, they are going to be somewhat up compared to today in the southeast, where we catch any breaks up to 14 or 15 degrees. So through Sunday evening, this weak weather front pushes slowly into western parts of Scotland towards the south, still holding on to clear skies. Monday is going to be another murky day with a lot of cloud around. And then as we go through Tuesday and into Wednesday, there will be some rain. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Everything you need to enjoy a super summer could be on us this year, as you could drive away with this very latest Benivan 4-berth camper van. This camper van is fully equipped with its own kitchen, bathroom, dinette and plenty of storage. We'll also get your summer sorted with a further £25,000 in tax-free cash that you could spend however you like. For another chance to win a camper van and cash, text prize to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB20 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 1st of May. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
School run to the home run. Watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
Like this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Holmes, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. So we'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to GB News. We're live on TV, online, and on digital radio. I'm Nana Aquia, and for the next few hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of those big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it is yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me for the next few hours, political commentator Arman Bogle, and also Labour commentator Simon Nash. Over here, Simon. Don't look at the wrong way, man. Right, coming up in my niggle.
This government will now pilot a similar model for families who are failed asylum seekers, a small number of whom will now be offered an increased incentive payment of £10,000 per person and up to a maximum of £40,000 per family.
Yes, really? God, seems like quite a bit of money. I'll be laying out my thoughts on the government paying illegal migrant families £40,000 to leave Britain in what's being described as a deportation bribe. And that's in the niggle in just a moment. You won't want to miss that. And throughout the show, I'm asking, do you believe Sir Keir Starmer has made the right decisions over the Iran war?
And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
No, it certainly isn't. Despite criticism from the US President, Sir Keir Starmer has continued to hold firm on his cautious approach to the war. I'll be debating whether the Prime Minister has made the right decisions. Then a difficult of an IED explosion in Afghanistan and losing his leg, now competes in extreme fitness challenges. He'll be joining me live in the studio. You won't want to miss his story. Serial killer Ian Huntley has died in hospital after he was attacked in the workshop of the maximum security Franklin prison by an inmate. We'll all continue to bring you the latest on all of that. But first, your latest news with Sophia Windsor.
Nana, thank you and good afternoon. It's 2 minutes past 4. Your top stories this hour. GB News understands that Britain is preparing an aircraft carrier for possible deployment to the Middle East. The Royal Navy has increased the readiness status of HMS Prince of Wales, putting her notice period to set sail from a fortnight down to just 5 days. It comes as President Trump has today vowed to hit Iran very hard and says the US military is considering new targets in the country as the war enters its second week. Israel, Iran and Lebanon continue to exchange fire, with Iran's Mehrabad airport up in flames. Despite Iran's president apologising to Gulf nations for its attacks, an explosion was seen near Dubai's international airport this morning. Meanwhile, back in the UK, Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has accused the Prime Minister of being scared to take action against Iran, Russia and China. Kemi Badenoch says allies are accusing Britain of being missing in action, saying there's been a slow response to defending our military base in Cyprus.
The US, Greece and France have all sent ships. Ours is stuck in Portsmouth Harbour and apparently may set sail sometime this week. We have made America wait to use our air bases while Iran was hurling drones at our allies. At a time when Britain needs strong and decisive leadership, we have a Prime Minister who is too afraid of making the wrong decision, too afraid to make any decision at all.
But the Chief of Defensive Staff, Sir Richard Knighton, says he completely rejects that the UK was unprepared.
For several weeks now, we've been bolstering our presence and the forces in the Middle East, particularly at Cyprus, and doing that in consultation with our regional partners. We've added additional Typhoons, F-35, over 400 people to help protect and defend the airspace around Cyprus. And even as late as Wednesday, Thursday, before the war started, Donald Trump was talking about a peaceful resolution. When the war started on Saturday, it became clear over the next 48 hours that Iran's response was going to be very much broader, wild and indiscriminate.
In other news now, it's reported the SOA murderer Ian Huntley has died in hospital after being attacked in a maximum security prison. The 52-year-old suffered brain trauma when an inmate repeatedly hit him over the head with a metal bar at HMP Frankland in Durham last week. Sources say his life support machine was switched off last night. Huntley was serving a life sentence for the murders of 10-year-olds Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman in 2002. 8 people, including 2 children, are being killed in Ukraine after a Russian attack overnight. It's after a ballistic missile hit a residential building in the northeastern city of Kharkiv. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says hundreds of drones and dozens of missiles targeted the energy sector and railway infrastructure across the country. And Canada's Prime Minister says Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should be removed from the royal line of succession. Speaking to reporters in Tokyo, Mark Carney says the former prince's actions are deplorable and it's necessary he be removed as 8th in line to the throne. The British government is considering the move after he was arrested last month on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Andrew has denied any wrongdoing over his links to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, but has not directly responded to the latest allegations. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Nana.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB Digital Radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player, and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Good afternoon. It is fast approaching 7 minutes after 4 o'clock. I'm Nana Acquare. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Forget 28 days, 28 years later. This week, Shabana Mahmood talked tough on illegal migration.
It is our creed as the Labour Party that the state can and must be a force for good. Without the trust of citizens in the state, there is no space for Labour values in any part of government to be realised. Restoring order and control at our border is not a betrayal of Labour values. It is the necessary condition for a Labour government to achieve anything it hopes to. It is within that context that I am embarking on some of the most significant reforms to migration, both legal and asylum, in a generation.
Sounds good, sounds good. She also talked tough about protecting taxpayers' money.
It is an affront to every family currently waiting for social housing, to those who have already spent too long on an NHS waiting list, and to British taxpayers who will inevitably foot the bill.
It was all going so well until this.
This government will now pilot a similar model for families who are failed asylum seekers, a small number of whom will now be offered an increased incentive payment of £10,000 per person and up to a maximum of £40,000 per family.
Come again?
This government will now pilot a similar model for families who are failed asylum seekers, a small number of whom will now be offered an increased incentive payment of £10,000 per person and up to a maximum of £40,000 per family.
So let me get this straight. We're going to pay failed asylum seekers up to £40,000 to leave, instead of putting them in secured accommodation and detaining them on arrival and keeping them there until their claim is processed, like what they would do in countries that, oddly, many of those who've travelled across numerous safe countries never seek refuge from. Who wants to be locked up when you could get to the UK, be free to roam, be accommodated ahead of the people who actually live here, and be given direct access to medical and dental care, again ahead of the people of this country, and then be given up to £40,000 to leave, higher than the average income. I quite fancy that myself. And what's to stop you from coming back? Remember the hokey-cokey migrant, one in, one out? Bring you our Home and Security editor, Mark White, is there for us to give us more. Mark, what can you tell us?
Well, another major development as far as the France returns deal is concerned. We can confirm today that a second small boat migrant who was deported under this return scheme has now arrived back across the English Channel and into the UK.
Yeah, that was her previous idea. And even if you are lined up for deportation, you can repeatedly appeal, like Bangladeshi illegal migrant Muna Mir, who entered Britain illegally over 28 years ago. Muna has won a reprieve from deportation and will be able to challenge his removal again after he entered the UK in 1998. He has fought his deportation many times, even trying to apply for indefinite leave to remain because he'd been in the UK for over 20 years. The absolute cheek of it. This time round, his claim on human rights grounds was dismissed, yet he appealed again. He claimed that errors had been made in how the evidence was treated, and an upper tribunal judge agreed with him, so another hearing is going to take place. I mean, frankly, who's paying for all of this? Guess. How on earth will offering a cash incentive to people like this discourage others from illegally entering this country? The answer is it won't. 40,000 is just over 6.5 million in Bangladeshi taka. Now, the average monthly wage in Bangladesh is £200. That's £2,400 per year. I'd say that offering someone anything from 10k to 40,000 for having entered here illegally is utter madness. I don't buy the argument that it'll cost us less in the long term. We shouldn't be paying for it at all. Shamana, you can do better than that. I'm sorry, but I don't want you to spend my hard-earned taxes on that. Think again, because I can guarantee you, Shamana, that if you remove the incentives rather than giving out more, that would do the job. Right, before we get stuck into the debate, here's what else is coming up today. For the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, will giving cash to illegal migrants help them to leave? The government announced that they will pay failed asylum seekers' families up to £40,000 to leave the UK. But will that not actually incentivise more people to come here? We'll debate that. Then, for the second Great British Debate of this hour, I'm asking, does Britain need an anti-Muslim hostility SAR? The government has set to appoint one alongside its new definition of Islamophobia. But is this really necessary? And should there not just be one as well for anti-Semitism, Christianity, and the others? We'll debate, does Britain need an anti-Muslim hostility SAR? And England's Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, has said that relying on weight loss drugs to tackle obesity
first of all, the armed forces, and then another member within that interim leadership council. So I'm not sure whether he was, he discussed the fact of, to make an apology with the other members of that council or anyone else. We've been hearing a lot of criticism on the part of hardliners within the Iranian system. Why did you project this weakness? Because immediately after that apology, we heard President Trump write that social media post where he used very belligerent language saying that Iran will become the loser and that they will now consider new targets in Iran that they hadn't considered before and so on. And that's exactly the point of the criticism that Iran's armed forces and hardliners were making, on top of the fact that when Pezeshkian delivered that apology, he said, well, some of our military units carried out those attacks because we didn't have a central command. We had lost a lot of our commanders in the initial Israeli attacks. And we all know that Iran now has a decentralized mosaic defense system where, different military units in different provinces have their own instructions and can fire at will. So a combination of that and also the fact that he may have just delivered that apology as a sign of reconciliation, but not really having, achieved or forged consensus with the other people in that leadership council or with the other elements in Iran's leadership is very telling. But maybe this announcement about the selection of a new supreme leader by the Assembly of Experts within the next 24 hours, maybe if that does happen and a new supreme leader emerges who formally has the final say in all matters, maybe what we can call a lack of coordination between these stances that different people and different institutions in the Islamic Republic are taking, maybe that can be resolved.
Yeah, let's talk a little more about that. Actually, I just want to point out the pictures that we're seeing on the screen. They're live pictures of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. You can probably see some smoke on there. There have been some fresh Israeli airstrikes on Beirut in just the last few moments. Siavash, that new supreme leader, when they are chosen, what challenges will they face to be new into that role at a time of difficulty? Will they command respect? Will they be able to make decisions? How is it likely to work?
That's a very good point, because that's exactly those things that have to be taken into consideration when those members of that Assembly of Experts decide on a supreme leader. And that's exactly why initially, according to initial reports, the son of the late supreme leader was tipped to replace him, Mojtaba Khamenei, because it was said that, well, he has so many good connections with the security apparatus and with people within the military and IRGC that whatever he says, at least, all those other institutions, military and security, will follow. And, he commands that kind of respect, as opposed to other candidates who might not, who might be some, lesser known clerics with not very good connections with the IRGC. But now it seems that even Mojtaba Khamenei himself, no one knows his whereabouts. He hasn't been heard of since the Israeli attacks. There were some unconfirmed reports that he had been injured in that initial attack that killed his father, the supreme leader. No one knows where he is, what his state of health is. He hasn't made any statements. Whether he will be in that meeting between the Assembly of Experts, no one knows. So that is still fueling a lot of speculation on this domestic internal politics of succession. Yesterday, the son of a more lesser-known candidate for becoming a supreme leader just popped up in a pro-regime rally last night under bombardment, stressing the importance of independence by the Assembly of Experts in deciding who the next supreme leader should be. So there's a lot of politics at play here, a lot of different consideration that I'm sure plays into the eventual decision that those 87 members of that Assembly of Experts will take.
Siavash, thank you. Siavash Adlan there from BBC Persian, monitoring the situation inside Iran for us. And along with its attacks on Iran, Israel has intensified its military campaign in Lebanon. You've been watching those live pictures there of the skyline of Beirut. The Israel Defense Forces have said that there's been a broad-scale wave, as they call it, of strikes on the southern part of Beirut. The IDF has also just issued some new evacuation orders for people living in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which tends to signal an imminent strike in that particular area. 41 people so far have been killed and 40 others injured during strikes. An Israeli commando raid in the Baalbek district, that is an area, a Hezbollah area in the east of the country. We can see those live shots as well of the Lebanese capital, as we were saying, smoke rising there in the last few minutes, which would tally with that evacuation order that we were talking about for Dahir, as the area is known, the southern suburbs of Beirut. Lebanon's government says that more than 200 people have been killed so far. The Norwegian Refugee Council estimates that 300,000 people have been forced to flee because of those Israeli evacuation orders on the areas where they live. We also heard earlier
It's coming to the airport again, yeah.
Fighting. Some flights have now resumed there after operations were suspended a little earlier today. Well, Nick Beek is in Dubai for us. Nick, it was a confusing picture earlier on. We know that flights are coming and going now, but what happened this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Anna. Good evening, I should say. It was this morning, about 12 hours ago, that this happened. It was captured on video. Someone was recording, and this was subsequently verified by the BBC, and this has been shared online a lot. And in the video, you see how a drone plummets to the ground very near the airport, very near to a terminal building, with planes on the tarmac nearby as this huge plume of smoke fills the sky. So clearly extremely concerning. What I find significant, Anna, is that in these 12 hours that have passed, the authorities here in Dubai have largely ignored what happened this morning. They certainly haven't referenced it in any meaningful or detailed way. They announced that they were suspending operations at the airport shortly after. They said that was for the safety of passengers. They didn't explain why that decision had been taken. And shortly afterwards, when flights were allowed to come in and take off once more, again, there wasn't any sort of explanation or indication of the thinking behind resuming these flights, particularly on a day where many, many missiles and drones have been intercepted, according to the authorities here.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Beek there, our correspondent in Dubai. Well, the UK's Ministry of Defence has confirmed that the United States has begun to use British bases for what are described as defensive operations to prevent Iran firing missiles into the region, which it says is putting British lives at risk. 3 more large US bombers, B-1 bombers, have landed at an RAF airbase in the west of England this morning. You see them there landing early this morning at RAF Fairford, and they joined another B-1, which is believed arrived from its airbase in Texas last night. The HMS Prince of Wales, one of Britain's 2 aircraft carriers, has been placed on advanced readiness to sail. Defence sources have told the BBC that the ship's crew have now been put on 5-day notice to move, basically that they need to be ready to go at any time in the next 5 days. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale has more.
There is no deployment as yet. All we're talking about is increasing the readiness of the Prince of Wales, HMS Prince of Wales, one of Britain's 2 carriers, so that it's ready to sail quicker if that's what the British government decides to do. At the moment, it has been alongside in Portsmouth for some time now, getting routine maintenance. It was due to go on a new deployment to the Atlantic, the North Atlantic and the High North next month for more patrols to try and deter the Russian threat up in the north. However, what we understand now is that the ship has been put on increased readiness to sail. So it's gone from 14 days readiness to 5 days readiness. Now, what that means is there'll be members of the ship company who'll come back early from leave. Their maintenance jobs will be finished and tailed off as quickly as possible so that the ship can go at 5 days readiness if, and I must emphasize this, if ministers say, yes, she needs to be deployed.
Well, let's speak to Patrick Bury, who's a defence and security expert at the University of Bath. Patrick, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on BBC News. We've seen a lot changing this week in terms of what UK forces are doing. We know that the aircraft carrier, as we were hearing there, HMS Prince of Wales, is on a decreased notice to move. We know that 4 extra Typhoon aircraft have been moved here to Qatar, where I am. Is this a significant change? Just talk us through what it says to you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us on again. Well, I think there's been an element in terms of the strike on Akrotiri, the drone strike on Akrotiri, and even though it may have been aimed at American assets that use Akrotiri, has potentially certainly raised a political question about how prepared the UK has been for this and the warning that it had. And what did it know that was coming? And so I think you're seeing a reaction to that in somewhat slower time than it could have been, especially regarding the airbase and having one ship in the region rather than none at the moment. For example, if you went back to about 10 years ago, there would have probably been 2 ships in Bahrain and of the UK, but due to cuts and other issues in terms of serviceability, there's none at the moment. So I think that's what you're seeing is a reaction to that. I think obviously the risk level is rising. Potentially, although we've all known for a long time the threats that Iran could use as leverage and the kind of attacks, potentially given the way that the 12-day war last year was fairly muted in terms of Iranian response, the rapid escalation and targeting multiple countries, now 12 targeted by Iran, could have caught some people, whether it's politicians or planners, a little bit off guard as well. My sense is it's probably the former rather than the latter, given people understand the threats that Iran can pose.
Yeah, and those Iranian attacks are still happening on Israel, also on the Gulf countries where I am. But the pace seems to have slowed down, and the suggestion is that is because Iran is essentially running out of weapons and it's trying to preserve its stockpiles a little bit. Does that sound plausible to you?
Yeah, I'd be really careful though. It's not the stockpiles, it's the launchers, which is the bottle point, the choke point for launching these things. So if the stockpiles, could be damaged, we don't know exactly, but the decreasing rate. And so, for example, on day one of this attack, we know that Iran fired about 350 ballistic missiles and about 300 drones. The next day, for example, was 175 ballistics and 500 drones. So the ballistics were going down by 50% already, and that's continued. And as of today, essentially, it's about 12 ballistics and about 15 or so drones, or thereabouts. So the number has come far down, and that explains the attrition that the Americans and the Israelis have done on those. It obviously explains some of that, but we don't know. That's going to be the choke point for them, the launchers rather than the stockpiles in the immediate term. So yeah, reflecting on the week so far, I think that's been kind of phase one. It'll be very interesting to see what happens with phase two now. As you mentioned in your lead into this, the heavier bombers coming. What kind of munitions are they dropping? Are we moving away from potentially precision into dumb munitions? I would have thought we're not there yet, but this is something people are having a look at, conventional bombs being dropped on, and some of the hardened, larger bombs for hardened targets as well. And whether the US and Israel start to get this persistent drone coverage going over larger swathes of Iran, because once you do that, although the ballistic missile launches are easier to identify, it's the Shaheds, the drones that can be really problematic, but the drones, getting your own drones into that space and that battle rhythm going actually makes it much more difficult for them to hide even smaller things. So there's a few things to watch as well. And I suppose strategically as well, another thing for your viewers to be thinking, of course, is the price
Patrick,
of oil.
I'm so sorry. We're almost out of time.
Sure.
Yeah, Patrick, apologies, but we're almost out of time. But thank you so much for being with us, Patrick Bury, defence expert, just reflecting really on what's happened in the last week of this war, the first week, but also what might be still to come. And we'll, of course, continue to follow every detail of that for you with our teams across the region and around the world. So do stay with us here on BBC News.
You're with BBC News as the US-Israeli war with Iran continues. It's now in the 8th day of fighting. Tehran has been rocked by another heavy bombardment. These are the latest pictures from Iran. State television has reported huge explosions at Merabat Airport, the country's busiest. Eyewitnesses have reported planes burning on the tarmac. Well, let's now take a look at the live scene in Tel Aviv. The air raid sirens have been sounding there again for more incoming ballistic missiles and drones. Most appear to have been shot down by Israel's air defense system. There are so far no reports of injuries. Well, this is the live shot of Beirut in Lebanon we can show you now. Israel has carried out more strikes and sent in soldiers. 16 people were killed in one attack in the eastern Bekaa Valley. Across the country, aid agencies say some 300,000 people have been forced to flee their homes, and there are fears of a growing humanitarian crisis. Alexandra Sayer is from Save the Children.
In Lebanon, in particular, the situation is extremely alarming. We know that displacement orders were issued to more than 100 villages in southern Lebanon. We know the latest that we heard is that 500,000 people were ordered to flee in Beirut. And what we know from our teams on the ground is that shelters are overcrowded. People have been forced to flee. And when people are forced to flee, they lose everything that keeps them safe. They lose their homes. They lose their sense of safety and security. They lose their schools. Children are losing their sense of safety and security. And the situation is getting dire and more dire by the minute. What we're seeing is that this conflict is inflicting new wounds on children and families that have endured so much. There were still people who were displaced by the hostilities last year, and people are just absolutely not prepared, and people have nowhere to go. We are hearing of people having to flee and staying in the open air without anything to shelter with. So it's really, really catastrophic. And what we're urging is that governments prioritize diplomacy, that they urge de-escalation, that they find a way to end these hostilities. We're calling for an end of the hostilities. Look, we failed to protect the children in Gaza, and we are calling on governments not to do the same to the children of Lebanon and the wider region. We are calling for de-escalation.
Alexandra Sayer from Save the Children there, talking about the humanitarian impact of the conflict. You're with BBC News.
Good afternoon from the Qatari capital, Doha, on what is 1 week since the war between the US and Israeli forces and Iran began. And there seems to be no let-up in the fighting. Iran's president has said this morning on state television that his country would no longer attack its Arab neighbors if they stopped facilitating US and Israeli strikes. Well, shortly after that address, Qatar's defense ministry here in Doha said it intercepted an Iranian missile attack, and we heard the sirens when it happened. Now, for its part, Israel is continuing to strike Iranian infrastructure in the capital, Tehran, and is also targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And President warned Iran of the country previously not targeted could face, in his words, complete destruction and certain death. Here's our world news correspondent, Joe Inwood.
Donald Trump promised more was to come. Last night, Tehran witnessed what that meant. One of Iran's main airports, Marabad, in flames. The US and Israel say they have hit more than 3,000 targets across the country as the war enters its second week. They hope their overwhelming firepower will force Iran to surrender, Donald Trump says unconditionally. Speaking on Iranian state TV, Iran's president said that would never happen and had this message for his Gulf neighbors.
The decision we made in the Interim Leadership Council yesterday has been delivered to the armed forces. From now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles at them unless we are attacked from those countries. I think we should solve this through diplomacy.
But at roughly the same time, this happened at Dubai International Airport.
Oh my God.
Every day, this war seems to spread further. Now, indirectly, including Russia, US media have reported that Moscow is sharing intelligence with Iran, a longtime ally. Donald Trump bristled when asked about it at a White House event on college sports.
Always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at.
But his defense secretary denied it was an issue.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. That's our job. So we're not concerned about that. We mitigate it as we need to. Our commanders factor all of this. But the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
If Russia's involvement is in doubt, there is no mistaking the impact on Lebanon. This was the southern suburb of Dahya, a stronghold of the militant group Hezbollah. They fired drones and missiles at Israel, who responded in force. Radina had already fled one war in her native Sudan. She thought Beirut would provide safety. Instead, heavily pregnant and with 3 children, she found herself seeking safety once again.
They said the place isn't safe, you need to leave. We had to walk. Even on foot, you couldn't go. The roads were packed. We suffered. My children started to get tired. I couldn't carry them.
With 300,000 already displaced just in Lebanon, there are fears of a growing humanitarian crisis caused by a war that continues to expand. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, let's speak to BBC Persian's Sarah Nanju. Sarah, tell me a little more about those comments made by the Iranian president this morning.
Yes, this morning, President Pezeshkian issued a statement and apologized to Iran's neighboring country, Arab countries that's been targeted over the past week. But he is at the moment part of an interim council. But we know from the past that the president is never the most powerful person in Iran. And a few minutes after his statement, IRGC-affiliated Khatam al-Anbiya base, they issued another statement and they said that Iran respects national sovereignty of neighboring country, but all military bases, all US military bases will be targeted as long as the war is going on. It seems that the Arab countries are watching the situation very anxiously and they will judge Iran by its action, not its word.
Well, along with its attacks on Iran, Israel has intensified its military campaign in Lebanon, with the Israel Defense Forces saying there's been a broad-scale wave of strikes on the capital, Beirut. In the south of the country, Israeli ground forces continue their advance, while in the east of Lebanon, the health ministry says an Israeli attack killed at least 16 people and wounded more than 30. We'll take a look at these. You're seeing here live pictures of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Lebanon's government says more than 200 people have been killed so far, and the Norwegian Refugee Council estimates that 300,000 people have been forced to flee. Well, let's speak to Lina Sinjar, our correspondent who is in Beirut. And Lina, we saw yesterday, didn't we, many people fleeing from southern Beirut after being warned by Israeli forces of an ongoing campaign there. What's happening today?
Well, airstrikes continued and resumed in the southern suburb of Beirut, but also in the south, and as you mentioned, also in the east of Bekaa Valley, bringing the number of the dead people higher than what the government and Ministry of Health estimated yesterday. They said the number was 217, and it's likely to increase, and also forcing more and more people to flee and seek safety elsewhere, and some of them reached shelters prepared by the government, schools that have turned into shelters, but the majority are really stranded in the streets, in public squares, by the promenade of the seaside, sleeping in their cars, brought some mattresses and blankets to sleep under the open sky. And, you know, the weather is changing, you know, and it's still cold. Sometimes it's pouring rain. So it's really terrible situation for these people. And this is the second time in nearly 18 months that these same people have been displaced and had to leave their homes. Some haven't even, rebuilt their homes that were destroyed in 2024. Now, more and more homes and businesses destroyed. And this is really bringing more anger against Hezbollah. I mean, even the basin of Hezbollah that was very much supportive of the resistance movement now feel that they're trapped, that Hezbollah dragged them into war simply because they want to keep alliance with the Iranians. They've dragged Lebanon into a war, a regional war, that really, this is a weak country with, destroyed economy and have no power to build itself so that to get engaged in a regional war with Israel.
So talk me through, if you can, about what next for Hezbollah now, given that it's now under pressure internally as well from people, as you say, who are unhappy. What's the road ahead for Hezbollah? How difficult do you think this is going to make it for that group to survive?
Well, it's been a lot of pressure and negotiations over the past year during the ceasefire to disarm Hezbollah, especially Hezbollah's presence around the border in the south. The decision was clear and made that the national army will take control and will be in charge of protecting the southern border with Israel. But, there was a timeline to implement this before we wake up for Hezbollah, firing again rockets. Hezbollah has been, military power has been crippled by Israeli attacks. The government came out immediately and denounced Hezbollah's involvement in the war, and said that they would be banning all Hezbollah's military and security activities. But the problem is, this is a group that has been trained and funded and allied to Iran. It's been working for Iranian agenda. And the leader of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, came out and said, justified any actions they're doing, that this is, a battle against the enemy, what they call them, the enemy as the Israel. And that's what's dragging the country into further conflict, something that they cannot pay for and they cannot stand for. And there should be a political solution by pulling Hezbollah out of this equation and keep Lebanon ruled by one government and protected by one army, and not have, other factions acting on their own.
Well, the head of the UK Armed Forces has said that this is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30 years. Sir Richard Knighton denied claims the government and Ministry of Defence were underprepared. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Well, what the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary have made clear, and what's very clear to me, is that this is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30-odd years that I've been in uniform. And it's very clear that the demands on defence are rising. And that's why I think the Prime Minister said in his Munich Security Conference speech that we need to spend more on defence and do it faster. And you won't be surprised that I agree wholeheartedly with what the Prime Minister said.
You'll probably seen criticism from the ex-diplomat Amir Katecha claiming that ministers were warned about the Iran crisis but didn't do enough to prepare.
So I don't know the gentleman you talk about, but the planners here in the military strategic headquarters behind me, I think, would refute those claims. We've been working over many years. We had assets in the region for well over a decade, and as I described earlier, we have been bolstering our forces and posture in the region, and we've been doing that in consultation with our partners across the region. And I can tell we have provided the support they asked for before the war started.
So the UK agreed on Sunday to a US request to use British military bases, but only for defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. How confident are you the US will adhere to that?
Absolutely confident the US will adhere to that.
Could the UK join more proactive strikes?
Well, the mission that I've been given right now, and our armed forces have been given right now, is to protect the interests of the UK and Britain's and regional partners. And so that's my focus, and that's the priority. But these campaigns and conflicts evolve over time, and we will keep all options under review. But right now, my focus is on protecting our interests and our people right across the region.
You're with BBC News and our ongoing coverage of the US-Israeli war with Iran. As the war continues, it's impacting key shipping routes in the Middle East. Now, this is a live tracker. You can see just how busy the seas are to the south of Iran. The big mass of red, that shows tankers, and the green is showing cargo ships. The Strait of Hormuz has been under particular pressure since the war began. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil and gas passes through the narrow shipping lane in the Gulf every day. But Iran has been firing on tankers, saying it's targeting shipping linked to the USA and Israel. Well, analysts are warning that this disruption to supply is likely to affect prices. This is Lahore in Pakistan, where queues have been forming at petrol stations. Pressure on prices is something countries around the world are likely to have to deal with, including the UK. Here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam.
The full extent of attacks over the past few days on key energy and economic infrastructure in the Gulf is becoming clear. Here, Bahrain's key oil facility is hit.
My God!
And it's not the only Gulf nation. This is the view from the skies at what happened at one of Dubai's famous Palm Islands. Tankers ablaze too. And today, Qatar's energy minister warned that all Gulf energy exporters will have to cease exports in days, just as Qatar has done with its gas. The oil price shot up after he predicted it would surge to $150 a barrel, risking bringing down the economies of the world.
If the war continues, then we will see production shut-ins, and that would mean a higher oil price, and that would essentially mean for the rest of the world weaker macroeconomic outlook and potentially higher inflation. So this is very serious.
The main issue is still the inability to guarantee safety of oil and gas tankers, the red triangles here, through the Straits of Hormuz. The flow of these and other ships too has stopped almost entirely, and now the oil price, which had reacted calmly at first, has started to rise significantly. But other products of the sector, such as fertilizers and jet fuel, have seen difficult spikes in prices too. illustrating the potential widespread inflationary impacts. UK petrol prices have already responded since Monday, as can be seen here in the same station we filmed at in Manchester, mirroring the national rise of 6p a litre for diesel and 3p for unleaded. The world has seen an almost total blockage of the most important artery of global energy flows in the Straits of Hormuz. So no surprise that the crude oil price is up 25% at $90 a barrel, with consequences already being seen at the petrol pumps, and now a credible warning of a further move to $150 a barrel. This is because the economic consequences of this conflict aren't just a byproduct, they're part and parcel of how the war is being fought. And what we're hearing today could well partly be a form of Gulf diplomacy aimed at their American allies. President Trump has in the past changed tack as a result of economic and market pressures, but for now he's playing down the impact.
Yesterday, my administration announced decisive action to help keep down the oil prices, including offering political risk insurance for tankers transiting into the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory.
For now, an inflationary wave from the Gulf looks set to hit the world, including UK shores. Faisal Islam, BBC News.
Our economics editor, Faisal Islam there. Well, here is a live shot of Beirut in Lebanon. We are continuing to monitor the situation across the Middle East as events unfold here on BBC News.
Iran has launched a drone strike near Dubai's airport amid the fighting. It's adding to the ongoing confusion about the status of flights in and out of Dubai today. The United Arab Emirates says another Iranian strike was intercepted early this morning. Officials say it was a minor incident with no injuries. The BBC's Nick Beake has more from Dubai.
It's been a really confusing couple of hours here in Dubai. Let me try and take you through what's happened and what we know at the moment. So the latest we're hearing is that at the airport, at Dubai International Airport, the flights there are resuming once again, but it has been really confusing because just a few hours ago we had an alert sent out to everyone's phones saying that there was another threat of incoming fire from Iran, and the authorities said that in the early hours of this morning there was an interception of an attack from Iran and that there was some debris that fell to the ground. There were no injuries apparently, and the authorities saying that this was a minor incident. Explicitly, the authorities said that there was nothing happening or no impact on the international airport. However, a short time afterwards, there were flights that were suspended, and there was an announcement made that operations were shutting. Emirates, one of the two flag carriers here in the UAE, saying that there would be a temporary suspension of services. That appears now to have been rolled back, that things are not getting back to normal, but certainly flights are being resuming. And I think, you know, if we look at all of this, we just stand back, it's confusing, and I think there will also be here a great deal of skepticism when Iran says it will no longer fire at its neighbours in the Gulf unless it's attacked by them.
Tell me a little bit more about people in Dubai, because you're hearing a lot on social media, and of course, you know, what happens on social media isn't exactly a reflection of what's happening in real life, but you hear people, some people saying, look, we're going to try and get out of Dubai, other people steadfast in their resolve to remain. What is the vibe in Dubai now amongst people? Are they scared or are they feeling quite confident?
Yeah, a range of emotions, really, and I think this is interesting, Mariam, because as we look out today, this is an ever-expanding city. Construction work is taking place. You might be able to hear that. Also, the roads are very busy too. Construction workers going about their work. Lots of people around. You wouldn't necessarily know that this is a place that for the past week has faced these repeated threats, and of course, Iranian missiles landing last weekend right at the start of this conflict. So some people are going ahead with their lives as normal. Others, though, particularly those I think who've been here on a holiday and maybe a short break, they're desperate to get out. They find themselves coming on a vacation and within hours being plunged, as they say, into a war zone and really wanting to escape. And we've heard from some people who've been really upset and worried that they haven't been able to get flights out of Dubai, that they feel abandoned by their countries and their airlines. We know that some people have been able to go out on flights that were resuming. Certainly yesterday when we were at the airport, Emirates said that about 60% of their flights had resumed. We also know that some people have travelled to the east. They've gone over the border to Oman, and they've been able to take, for example, these UK government flights, emergency flights that have taken off. So a whole range of emotions, but I think everyone here, Marianne, feels some level of uncertainty.
This is BBC News. This is BBC News. I'm Anna Foster, live from Doha. The headlines. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian says strikes on neighbouring countries will stop so long as there are no further attacks from bases within their territory. American bombers landed RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire after a warning from President Trump that they will continue to hit Iran very hard. Britain prepares one of its 2 aircraft carriers, the HMS Prince of Wales, for deployment from Portsmouth. These are live pictures of Israeli air raid sirens have been heard again in Jerusalem in the last few hours as the drone and missile attacks from Iran continue. Lebanon says Israeli special forces operating in the Bekaa Valley in the east of the country have killed more than 40 people. The country's health ministry says that the total death toll since Monday has risen to nearly 300. And Dubai Airport has partially reopened after it was shut down following an apparent drone strike nearby. Thousands of passengers remain stranded.
And live from London, I'm Karen Giannoni. One other main story this hour. Soham murderer Ian Huntley, who was serving concurrent life sentences for the murder of 2 10-year-old girls, has died in hospital after being attacked in prison.
Trump worries me sometimes because he is such an inflammatory speaker. And I, for one, did find that remark about Keir Starmer being no Churchill. I think that's worrying, really. I mean, he's no FDR, is he? So I think that it is a problem that the relationship has got to this point. I think it is damaged. I think that a lot of the responsibility for that can be laid at Keir Starmer's door. I think that it can be repaired. As Laurie Laird said there, the intelligence sharing relationship that we have with the US is not damaged. It's not badly damaged at all, and that is of critical importance. I think, I suppose that superficially, or cosmetically, if you like to say that, our relationship has been damaged on the surface, but I believe that deep down it can be recovered. And certainly I think the Prince and Princess of Wales will be going to America soon for the anniversary. I hope by then things have got back on an even keel. And if they haven't been, perhaps the royal family can get it there.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I am slightly concerned. We're hearing reports that the state's visit will be potentially paused or even scuppered entirely.
Can I just interrupt there, because I did ask a couple of contacts about that, and I don't think it will be paused because it's for the American people. No one is going to let the American people down. It will go ahead. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah, I guess if it does all implode, the state visit, that would be a very, 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 very bad sign for this country. Very bad. Andrew, no one here is talking down the country. No one here is talking down the country. We do have a military that is in dire need of more financing. We do have a very desperate state of the finances of our defense budget is too low, and America respects power. It respects authority and power. It's now got a special relationship, seemingly, with Israel and not with the United Kingdom. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think all governments have made a horrendous mistake in defence over the last 20 or 30 years. The Cold War meant to have a peace dividend. I never really believed in that. I think cutting our defences from that period has always been a mistake.
Yeah.
And I think that now we're paying a price for that because we are weaker militarily. We're not funding our defences in the way that's necessary. And there's even a question as to whether we could actually defend British territories if they were attacked or invaded. And frankly,
we're in a very weak position now militarily.
But this government seems to want to get rid of our territories anyway, so that people don't need to invade them, they're just going to give them away. But the reality is that the defence of the realm has to be the first priority of any government.
The most important thing.
And all governments have failed on this. All these cuts to defence expenditure, I believe, have been a long-term error. And I'm glad that people are seeing this now, but we have a long way to go to put things right.
Yeah, I just want... Claire here on your say has said to me, Alex, I'd say Blair's condemnation of Starmer was the final straw that caused Trump's outburst. I just want to let you know what Tony Blair said when it comes to this ally. So Tony Blair said this: it is an indispensable cornerstone of your security. You better show up. And he added, they were just asking to use our bases for refueling. That is a massive miscalculation, Paul, that even your former party leader, as most successful prime minister for the Labour Party ever, is now basically saying you really messed this up, Keir.
It's ironic, isn't it, that Blair is now being hailed as this great leader. At the time, everyone said, what a disaster for going into Iraq.
Listen, I just want to be clear.
People on the streets and all the rest of it. You know, here we are.
I'm no fan of Tony Blair.
Honestly.
One thing he was good at was the special relationship.
Well, certainly.
Give him credit for that.
I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the history of Harold Wilson keeping British troops out of Vietnam. That did not damage the special relationship. And it saved,
so different.
And it saved an awful lot of British lives.
Paul, you can't compare.
At a time when the Americans were going into an open-ended war without any kind of,
Paul, it's totally incomparable.
Without any victory in sight.
We're not talking about sending British troops to ground assault
It's a similar situation.
We're talking about letting American planes refuel on our bases.
It was a Labour Prime Minister that kept us out of a war, and I think that's, you know, and the special relationship has survived, as it will this. To Andrew's point about NATO, I remember doing a briefing at NATO just after the wall came down and being told about the peace dividend being nonsense. I mean, you know, we were sold this peace dividend. And they said, look, there's going to be threats from the Islamists, there's going to be threats from terrorism, we need to keep defence spending up. And if only those lessons have been heeded over the last 20 years, as you say. So we're all in a situation now where I think all the parties are agreed we need to increase defence expenditure. I certainly believe that, and I believe NATO has to be at the heart of that as well. But, you know, we are where we are. We've just, don't forget, we scrapped the overseas aid budget to put into defence as a Labour government, and we need more of that.
We need a lot more. Let's just play the clip of Donald Trump talking about Keir Starmer earlier this week on Tuesday in just a moment.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
That was actually a little, in many ways, that was a little nicer than the comments he's made today, in my opinion. Saying we will remember, it's almost a little threatening.
It's threatening, that's why. Yeah.
How should we interpret that, Linda?
Well, he's saying, you know, you should have let us do this, this and this, and you didn't let us. Now it's too late. We're going to remember this. The question is, how will that manifest itself? I suspect in economic terms. And that's all. This whole situation is already really worrying me, because apart from the American repercussions of this, anything that goes wrong across the Gulf region is going to have huge repercussions across the rest of the world in terms of energy, in terms of price rises, in terms of inflation, in terms of putting the brakes on any kind of economic recovery or momentum we want to try and achieve. So, I mean, I'm really worried about the general state of things here, and I don't want to waste too much time worrying about whether President Trump thinks that Starmer's no Winston Churchill. I mean, it was eye-catching. I paid attention. Let's get on to some grown-up subjects.
I think Linda's right, but let's remember, it's not just the Americans that are incandescent with the United Kingdom over this issue. It's our allies in Europe. It is our allies in the Gulf states. They feel let down as well. I would say to Paul, honestly, Paul, you must accept that Keir Starmer's decision not to allow the United States to use British air bases was an error of judgment. You must accept that.
Well, I think now that we've decided we are going to allow that, we're also sending a carrier down to the Eastern Mediterranean, and the RAF have been in action throughout the whole thing. You know, the idea that he's sitting this out, as Kemi said, you know, the RAF are just sitting on their hands, whatever she said. No, not true. British intelligence is involved fully, and at the diplomatic level as well. You know, so we are fully involved in
Except it was the wrong decision for our Prime Minister to deny our closest ally the ability to refuel that aircraft.
He's a lawyer, isn't he? He's
when
a
they're
lawyer.
fighting a war against an evil regime such as Iran. Surely that was the wrong decision.
He's a lawyer, and he was being led by what he believed to be international law.
Oh, international law again. Oh, it's up in everything these days.
He is a lawyer.
What about British interests and the defence of the free world? Surely that should come first in the mind of a British Prime Minister.
The bases are being used now, and the carrier is on its way.
But it would have taken Margaret Thatcher
and the RAF are in the
skies. Yes. Keir Starmer clearly has made a terrible error of judgment.
This is the problem. It's not that he's made these decisions, Paul. It's that these decisions have been made now. The war started a week ago, and the Prime Minister could have made these very simple judgment calls that should be second nature to a good, strong leader who understands how special and I think he's not been proven this great statesman on the world stage. He's actually been proven to be weak and indecisive and dithering, as has characterised his entire premiership of this country, which has left British people thinking he's the worst Prime Minister in history, Paul. Unfortunately, this is just yet another example of the sort of man we have sitting in number 10. He's constantly U-turning. Just this week, him putting these aircraft carriers out and letting America use our bases, there's 2 more U-turns, Paul. It is bad. He is not. Is he fit? to be Prime Minister.
I fundamentally disagree with that, Alex. And I'll say, first of all, I think I'm glad we have a grown-up in number 10 who actually deliberates, takes advice,
But he's
convenes,
getting all of it
convenes
wrong.
Cobra rather than just
My
rushing,
15-year-old little brother
rather
would
than
have got
just
this more
rushing to
accurately right
tweet
than him.
and, you know, put stuff out on
You're
social
defending the
media.
indefensible, Frank.
I think
You
that's
really
good
are.
that we have somebody.
Wait. Oh, that would take a minute. Oh, shit. I thought I. ደስ ይልዎም ረዮም በቃ ረዮም ጽርፍሉ ደስ ይልዎም ደስ ይልዎም ከም ዝተዘራቱ ከበር ወዳ ደስ እንዲዝዎ አበት ይዎም በ አትማዕሪ ታይዳ ቁሞት ተወርቆ ወስና ምኑ እታ ሸዋዕተን ክለክ ጸኒያት ባጊ ያጣጽያ ሶሪ
To aircraft carriers. Note the word thought, by the way. Note the word thought. To sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won. Of course, Tony Blair, former Prime Minister, the most successful Labour Prime Minister in history, also admonished Sir Keir Starmer because his decisions not to support American strikes on Iran. There's also a little tweet we're going to bring up for you from Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats. Let's see if we can bring that up on the screen for you in just a moment. And we're, of course, going to be joined very shortly. There you go. That's Ed Davey there posting a picture of Winston Churchill. What's fascinating about this is I just think Ed Davey's living in some sort of alternative reality. The difference between Keir Starmer and Winston Churchill is that Winston Churchill, of course, worked very closely with our American cousins to bring about to the end of a world war, and Keir Starmer is doing the exact opposite. So I don't know what Ed Davey exactly is trying to hint at here, Linda. What do you think he's trying to say?
Oh, goodness me, I don't know. Well, the general thing about the Lib Dems is that I find it very difficult to trust them when it comes to defence matters. I wonder how strong Ed Davey would be if he was ever, you know, on the front line and in the firing line, because I don't see anything that makes me feel confident about his ability to understand the profound geopolitical situation we are now in. I appreciate that he's good at certain things. I appreciate that he found a niche that he drove through in the general election campaign. But when it comes to the defence of the realm, I just don't think I'm filled with confidence about it.
Interesting. I mean, it doesn't look like Ed Davey's going to be the next Prime Minister anyway, so I think we can maybe just move that along.
Yeah, they might get a few more seats,
He would probably want to transfer the defence of the realm to the European Union, knowing Ed Davey.
Good point. Which is kind of what we're doing with the French at the moment. We're doing this weird nuclear weapons sharing, which I don't know. It's all very odd, isn't it? Is this what you voted for? Is this what you wanted? Write into me, gbnews.com/yoursay. Joining me now is a friend of the channel, Chair of Republicans Overseas UK, Greg Swenson. Greg, thank you so much for joining me. I don't know how to put this. Obviously, people who watch my show know I love this country, but how little do Americans and maybe people in the Republican Party think of our country at this moment in time?
Well, Alex, the good news is I don't think it means that Americans, and especially conservative Americans, think less of the UK. They think less of the Labour government and the Prime Minister. That's for sure. So, you know, I don't think this is a permanent change to the special relationship. It's definitely a speed bump. It's really unfortunate. And I can understand that if the Prime Minister didn't want to put, you know, his troops in harm's way, but denying the use of the bases was just a step too far. I think that was really obscene. So yeah, I think, but generally speaking, I've been on the ground in both Washington. I'm here in New Orleans today. The people are still pretty optimistic about the UK in general, because they realize that, that doesn't necessarily reflect the opinions of the people. And, that it's just that the prime minister with, 30% or so in the polls, not even, probably 20, he's not popular.
It's lower than that, unfortunately, Greg, for him. It's lower than that. I think I think he's sitting about 18% the last poll I saw. Not good for a sitting prime minister of any colour in the UK. Greg, what do you think would need prime minister fix the relationship, and what would need to happen, or is it completely dead between the two of them?
It might be a step, too far. Look, the president did. I think the prime minister did a great job. It's probably the only thing he did well in his first year and a half in office was manage the relationship with the president and with the U.S. But I'm also very confident in the defense and security and intelligence leadership in the UK. I think they'll be still cooperating with the American cousins, and I think that's great. So even though the prime minister has misstepped here, to say the least, I think the long-term relationship between the militaries, they're still going to be doing their exercises and their cooperation. And so, again, it's a speed bump. It's a very bad moment, and maybe he can fix it, and maybe not. Maybe it's time for we wait till the next prime minister takes office.
Greg, is the man here in the UK for the American administration the one that's currently at Mar-a-Lago? Is this the man that Republicans or the MAGA base would like to see? And I mean Nigel Farage when I say that.
Of course.
Or is it Kemi Badenoch, perhaps? Or perhaps the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey? Who would be Republicans' favourites? We're just going to go to Trump. Unfortunately, Greg, we're just going to go to Trump. Sorry to interrupt.
And it was Kamala, and she obviously didn't get any extra votes because we won in an absolute landslide. So he should have used it for that. He used it to I filled it up, and he brought it down to the lowest level it's ever been. We will start at the appropriate time, which is basically a gut instinct. We will start filling up the strategic reserves.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I don't think it's an appropriate question. I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Are you thinking about the oil facility there? There's an oil facility kind of on the coast of Iran that could be secured by ground troops. There's been some speculation that could be a target.
I don't know what the speculation is, but I certainly wouldn't be able to tell you that. I'd be in trouble with myself if I told you that.
Does the president know you need ground troops to secure the enriched uranium at the nuclear sites?
We're going to find out about that. We haven't talked about it, but it was a total obliteration. They haven't been able to get to it. And at some point, maybe we will. That would be a great thing, but right now we're just decimating them. But we haven't gone after it, but something we could do later on. We wouldn't do it now. Maybe we'd do it later.
Does anyone want to be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran? Can you talk to me?
Well, because I don't want to just come back every 10 years, and mostly you'll have presidents, that won't do that because they don't get it. But we don't want to come back every 5 years or every 10 years and do this. So we want to pick a president that's not going to be leading their country into a war. Do you have any questions for Pete or Steve? Come on up.
Mr. Wickoff?
Steve, come on up.
Mr. Wickoff, is there still space to do a deal with whatever is left of the Iranian government?
I think there is. I think that's going to be up to the president. That's what I think. But they didn't seem to.
That, of course, was the President of the United States. It looks like he's on Air Force One. I'm not sure where he's going. But, of course, we are in a war scenario here. The President of the United States is still unleashing the American military on Tehran tonight. We know the bombs are continuing to fall on Iran, of course, backed by the Israelis. Greg, I'll come back to you, Greg Swenson, chair of the Republicans Overseas UK. Greg, just before we cut away to the President of the United States there. I was asking you, is the man that the MAGA and the Republicans would like to see, let's say, revive the special relationship, is that man Nigel Farage, the man currently in Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, there's no doubt that the MAGA wing